There you go. And now with that. I know I need one. Kelly Yates, if you're in the building, would you please come to the announcer stand? Kelly Yates. Also, hello. Good. Good morning, everyone. If anybody's hungry, the Knights of Columbus have a concession stand to my left outside. They have breakfast tacos, I'm told, so they're asking that if you're hungry, go over there and get you some tacos or coffee or whatever. Every dollar that you spend goes right back into supporting our community, and we welcome the Knights and we appreciate their hard work all week. So we'll get the show started in a few minutes. Got a couple little details to work out, and we'll be going. Attention in the barn, we're ready to get started here this morning. Before we bring the pigs back into here, we're going to start off with our invocation. This will be done by Miss Jessica Kurz. So if you wouldn't mind, please stand and remove your hats for our invocation.
Please bow your head and pray with me. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you today with humble hearts. We thank you for the opportunity to gather here today. We ask your mercy and your blessing on all of those who are exhibitors and their animals, that you would keep them safe. Dear Lord, we just pray that we would be reminded of the reason we're truly here, and that's to give you all the glory. We thank you for the blessing that is your Son, Jesus Christ, who died so that we may live. In his holy name we pray. Amen.
If you would please remain standing, we'll have our national anthems, and this will be sung by Miss Kelly Yates.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming? whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watch were so silently gleaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave. Thank you.
That was awesome. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get this show going. We're going to have our first class, which will be Berkshire Pigs. We have 9 entries. Our show weights will be at 220 pounds for the entire class as is printed here. Berkshire Class 1, Market Hogs. While we're waiting for our pigs to arrive into the barn, I want to introduce our judge to you, Mr. Corey Raines. He's ag teacher in Fredericksburg, Texas. He's a graduate of Texas Tech, where he judged meats and livestock. He then coached the meat team, judging team, his wife Lacey, and they have 3 boys and operate Ryan's Livestock, where they run about 30 breeding sows. Their boys are Creighton, Cole, and Cross, and they actively show swine and cattle across the state and the nation. Let's welcome Mr. Raines. For the duration of the show today, every class that comes into the ring, if there are pigs that are purchased from the group called the Seguin Swine Breeders, the highest placing pig in that class will receive a $100 bump check. And the Seguin Swine Breeders, we did that last night, was highly successful. They had a pig in just about every one but one class that was eligible for a bump check. The breeders that are involved, the people that put this money together, are Real Hog Farm, Kelso Genetics, Marshall Stry, Robert Hebner, Nagy Show Pigs, St. Hedwig Feeds, Phi Show Pigs, Alderston Farms, 4L Show Pigs, Schulze Show Pigs, MT Hart Livestock, Corcoran Genetics, Bubba Eckert, Beck Show Pigs, James Langemeyer, Colterman Show Pigs, and Quick Pin Genetics. We thank you, and let's give the guys a round of applause. The 2 young ladies standing here in front of me, they will be helping today pass out ribbons and banners to all of our participants. I want to introduce you to them. We have Miss Madison Mays. She is your Guadalupe County Fair Princess. And assisting her today will be Miss Bella Schultz. She's the Guadalupe County Sheriff's Mounted Posse Sweetheart. We thank these ladies. They did a great job last night, and I'm sure they'll do wonderful today. We appreciate their help. A reminder to all the contestants as you leave the ring, if you place your pig and you want to sell it in a sale on Saturday, you'll be required to have a picture taken with your pig, which is best done as you leave. Just take your pig to the left corner or the northwest corner of the barn where the backdrop is. That's where the photo people will be. So go ahead and make sure you get that done. If you have two pigs, you can take both pictures. You don't have to buy both, but that way you have got your pigs covered as far as what your pigs that you're going to put in the sale are going to be. Thank you. I want to say a special thank you to Jeffrey's Livestock Marketing. The gentleman to my right, they are live streaming this entire show, and for that matter, all the shows that have been taking place so far. We appreciate them. They do it every year. They are on YouTube and what's the other one? YouTube. Facebook. Oh, yeah. And they're all on Facebook. So if those that cannot make it, or you have relatives at home that just are not unable to come up here or at work, you can tell them to go ahead and live stream it through Facebook or YouTube. Thank you.
Well, good morning. It's good to get started here, and what a good way to get started on the Berkshires at the first class. As they came through the gate, there's one that hit me extremely hard in terms of just presence, elevation, and looseness of skeleton. And at the same time, I think that same pig brings us a fresher back and a better roll to his mid-body. Young lady here in the blue to my left's got him. I think that one paints an awesome silhouette from the side. I feel like that pig's elevation and his same agility from his length of hip and his range of motion is awful good. Young lady brings us a stouty here in second. That's a big-bladed, big-armed, big-footed hog that is awful good in his own right in terms of his range of motion off both ends. He is a little looser about his blade, and I appreciate it about him. However, I feel like that pig of that top pair, he closes up the most when he comes directly at you. He doesn't give us that crisp look out of the top side of his neck, and at the same time, he wants to come unbalanced, just a shade in terms of his top line in relation to that class winner. One that drops out in third is dialed in terms of hair and skin. That's a stout skull on a real tight little throat there. I just need this one to just relax on both ends of her skeleton. I read this one the straightest about her blade. At the same time, she comes and goes the narrowest of that top three. I'd like to just change those things about her to work her up, make her more competitive into that top pair. Young lady here didn't catch a pin initially, but I think a good balanced kind of a gilt. I love the proportions that she offers. She's just not as stout. I mean, from her snout back, she's the frailest option there in terms of her jaw, in terms of her arm, and where her front foot hits the surface. Another one I'd like to just broaden and freshen down her top line. Young lady brings out a very heavy muscled, wide-chested one here to round out our top five, one that offers us a lot of power. I just need to rearrange this one in terms of his skeleton, stouten him up in terms of his feature to work him up. Let's give those exhibitors a hand as they head back to the pens.
Thank you, Judge. Our placings in our Class 1 Berkshires. 7th place goes to Valerie Pedraza, Clemens FFA. 6th place goes to Allison Smith, the Vero FFA. 4th place goes to Madeline Newton of the Clemens FFA. 3rd place goes to Maddie Schoolcraft, Marion FFA. 2nd place goes to Brooke Bernard, Seguin FFA. And your class winner goes to Brawley Cluthus of the Marion FFA. Brawley will also receive the Seguin Swine Breeders Bump Check. The breeder of her pig was Kelso Genetics. Congratulations. Next entering our arena will be Class 2 Berkshires. We have 8 entries. We'll be giving out 6 places. The weight ranges go from 225 to 245. Thank you.
Second class here comes to us with a few more parts and pieces, down 3, 4, 5 here that all have some class leading advantages. Ultimately, the pair that we're going to land on here, I think, are the two more compositionally correct bears that also read the best to me and the truest in terms of their skeleton and genuine muscle of that pair. I think there's one that just balances better in terms of his mid body, in terms of the levelness and length of his hip, and at the same time comes to us just a shade better in terms of angle to his shoulder. That's the young lady here to my left. She's going to go ahead and win. The one that ends up second is another muscular pig that is big in terms of his pin set. I didn't read that pig to balance near as good. He gets a little stretchier in terms of the middle part of his spine there at the same time. He's wide and he's square, leaving you. He just doesn't have as much in terms of the lower part of his ham at the same time, coupled with the fact that he's the frailer option of that pair in terms of his arm and his front foot where he hits the surface. But I think that the two bears that needed a surface there in terms of composition and look. Young man brings us far-reaching pieces, I think, in the third place pig here. I love this gilt skull shape, her depth to her jaw, and the tidiness she's got there in her neckline. She's a really big armed gilt that's big-footed, right kind of length of body, and good in terms of her mid-body. I didn't read her near as sound as the two that went ahead and started this class. She wants to get a little rounder about her shoulder and close up there at her knee just a shade from behind. She's the steepest and quickest about her rump, and I'd like to change those things and just level and lengthen that rump a little bit to work her up into that top pair. The one that drops out in 4, I felt like 4 and 5 we can probably discuss at the same time. Both these pigs, I felt like their composition was a little advanced. The gilt here is going to be 4. She's a little more genuine in terms of their substance. She's bigger footed. She's a pig that offers us some width in terms of coming and leaving you. But at the same time, she's a lower shouldered, straighter shouldered kind of an option. Gets a little blander about her head. Young man gets all he can out of the one here in 5. That pig, he's mobile. He's got good flex off both ends of his skeleton. I just read that one to be a little frailer in terms of his arm and his front foot. He's the plainest in front of his blade. Let's give all those exhibitors their hand as they head back.
Placings in Class 2 Berkshires. 5th place goes to Parker Gilman, Steel FFA. 4th place goes to Claire Rial, New Berlin 4-H. 3rd place goes to Nolan Warren, Navarro 4-H. 2nd place goes to James Schumann, New Berlin 4-H. And our class winner goes to Chanton Shadrock of the Marion FFA. Congratulations. Chanton will also be receiving the Skeen Swine Breeders bump check. The breeder for his pig is Mason Schultz. Congratulations. Coming up next will be Berkshire's Class 3. We have 3 entries. We're selling 2. Weights are 249 to 255.
good class here, all the way through high quality pigs as they hit the surface here. I thought that the first one through was a nice pig, and then we just kept coming. And as we as I stand back and watch these things come and go, there's one of them that just to me reads denser. Still reads loose and is very, very good up high. I think that this gilt is one that maybe you want to question her rear leg just a shade as she leaves you, just like to loosen her there a shot in terms of her hawk and her passion. A young lady here nearest to me is going to go ahead and lead this particular class. Congratulations. Next is maybe a little contrasting in terms of that look. She is awesome in terms of her look, awesome in terms of her top line. One that's big and bold in terms of the way that she reads from the side, but when she comes and goes, is not maybe as much, doesn't pack as much punch. Directly, that view coming at you. Young lady here in the green is going to be second, and I think that gilt paints an awesome silhouette from the side. I just wish that she would come and go with a little more genuine width, particularly coming directly at you. But love that skull shape, elevation, composition's perfect. They've got that one dialed in. Young man here has got the heavy muscled option of the trio, and one that is awful dense about her skeleton. She's big about her blade, and she's really big when she leaves you. I just need to rearrange that one a shade. In terms of her front third, she's the straightest shouldered of those three at the same time. She just wants to get a little plainer about her skull shape and the crest there on the top side of her neck, but a high quality one to go ahead and round out this class. Let's congratulate those exhibitors as they head back.
Placings in Class 3 Berkshires. Second place goes to Emily Clutter, Marion FFA. First place goes to Brawley Wise, Clemens FFA. Brayley Wise. Brayley is going to be receiving the Skeen Swine Breeder bump check. Her pig was bred by Real Hog Farms. Congratulations. Entering the ring next will be our Class 4 Berkshires. We have 3 entries. We'll be placing 2.
Just 3 again in this class, and for me, it comes pretty logically, I guess, in how they sort themselves. I feel like there's one that just balances up quite a bit better in terms of their mid body and the way that they blend in from their blade to their hip, and at the same time they're the loosest. The young lady here in the white with 2 whips is going to go ahead and lead. That gilt is awful dense about her skull. She's big armed and she's loose on both ends. She's not the hardest backed and the freshest and crispest one in here, but I think she's the option that gives us the most check marks. The young man here to my right is going to be second, and that one does have the big rolled up back in comparison to that one that leads. That gilt for me just gets a little out of sorts from a balance standpoint. She's a little longer in terms of her top line. she's a little straighter and more elevated, I guess, out of the angle of her shoulder there, and just doesn't come as a dense of a package as that one that needs to go ahead and start. But I felt like that one's just true, genuine build and just overall density. It is why she needs to go ahead and beat the young lady here in 3. That one there is big, got a real big center in her. She's big when she leaves you, but we need to just intensify that one at the surface at the same time. Just make her taller at the point of her shoulder and give her a little neater look out front. Let's congratulate those exhibitors as we get a champion Berkshire.
Placing in Class 4 Berkshires. Second place goes to Stockton Young. First place goes to Lily Zimmer, Navarro FFA. Congratulations. We will now be judging for our champion Berkshire and reserve champion Berkshire.
Well, let's give all your Berkshire class winners a round of applause. You get the 4 class winners out here, and I think that they actually blend up and match up very well in terms of some consistency as we get them all together. And of those, it comes down to a pair of them for me, and I think there's some contrast within that pair in terms of just skull shape and density, and then this looseness of skeleton, and maybe they have different advantages. For me, the one that combines those things in terms of just balance from the side, giving you an elite look, and at the same time having function of a hip and hind leg. The one that suits me the best is the young lady's lightweight. She'll be your champion.
Champion Berkshire goes to Bradley Clufus, Marion FFA. We will now judge for our reserve.
You drop that young lady second in, and that's a really broad-skulled, big-footed kind of a pig that, I talked in class about that thing's ability to reach and go off both ends. As you get him out here in this setting, does he have just enough raw muscle shape out of the back of his shoulder, working back through his rump there? He's good in terms of his rib, and he's got awesome cage in him, but he just doesn't have as much raw muscle shape up high. There's another one that pushed that champion awful hard, I thought. Just wanted to get a little bit robotic from behind. Young lady here nearest to me is going to have your reserve champion. Congratulations.
Your reserve goes to Braley Wise, Clemens FFA. She'll be reserve champion Berkshire. Congratulations to all. Next we'll be having our first class of white OPBs. Our first class will have 9 entered. We'll be placing 7. Weight ranges going from 220 to 235.
real good class to get started on our white OPBs and ultimately land on a pair of them that out here that I think are similar in terms of the way they're built, in terms of their shoulder and their looseness. At the same time of that pair, there's one that's just more elevated in terms of the point of his shoulder. Just wants to be more proportional for me in terms of the turn to his mid body and the shape that he's got in his midrib. Young man's bear there is going to go ahead and lead this pair. The young lady brings us one that's completely maxed out up high. I mean, that thing's got a ditch running from her blade all the way to her hip. She's a pig of that pair. I didn't read her, maybe as proportional in terms of her mid body. Wants to get just a shade rounder there in terms of her muscle pattern from behind, but leaves you awesome in terms of her squareness of hock and where she hits the surface. She's a gilt that I felt more comfortable in terms of the way she came at me and compared to the one we're dropping out here in third. She's square from the top of her blade to her toes. The young lady brings us a very proportional bear that's still on his way up here in third. One that rivals our class winner in terms of his proportions. I don't read this one as agile in terms of his shoulder and his front foot and where how that's aligned. He wants to get a little softer up front. Wants to rock out in his elbow a little bit as he comes at you, but leaves you with some advantages in terms of his hock and his foot placement. One that's maybe just not quite as fresh in terms of his crest and throat as those just ahead of him. Young lady drops out here in four, and she's got the stouty of the group. That's a big arm and a big back leg. Huge in terms of his pin set. Just one for me. Comes in too many parts and pieces. He wants to get a little bit more plain and common there about his skull and the look he's got in front of his blade. He's of the initial four. He is the narrowest there at his knee and where his front foot hits the surface. He wants to get just a shade rounder from behind, but I think his just overall density and genuine power is where he needs to go ahead and beat the young lady in five. Young lady in five gets all she can out of this one. She's a level design, long hip kind of a gilt. She just needs to be stouter in terms of her feature, needs to be broadened in terms of her views coming and going. Let's congratulate those exhibitors on a job well done.
Placings in our white OPB. Seventh place goes to Liam Leach, Navarro 4H. Sixth place goes to Mackenzie Scheidel, Navarro FFA. Fifth place to Harley Frost, Navarro FFA. Fourth place to Maddie Schoolcraft, Marion FFA. Third place goes to Baylor Wright with the Marion FFA. Second place goes to Cameron Mauricio with the Zeal 4H. And our class winner is Brooks Baker with the Marion FFA. Our Seguin Swine Breeders bump check will be going to our second place pig, Cameron Mauricio. Her pig was bred by MT Hart Livestock. Congratulations. Class 2 wide OPBs will be coming in the ring right now. We have 8 entries. We'll be placing 6. Weights will be from 239 to 245. If you're in need of any concessions, breakfast, tacos, coffee, soda, whatever, across the street from here on the west side of the barn, We have the Knights of Columbus concessions. They are open. They are open for business. Every dollar you spend, they donate right back into supporting our community. So let's participate with these guys, give them an opportunity to make some money for our kids. Thank you.
Another good class here, and I think it's close on the top side there of this class, and you could have some fence line discussion maybe over where you want to lay your priorities. But ultimately, for me, there's ones that's just built looser. It's looser skeleton in terms of her blade. She's looser in terms of her hip and hind leg. She doesn't come at you exactly square right up front, but the young lady in pink is going to go ahead and lead this particular class. I think that gilt is awful good in terms of proportions, length of hip, level as a hip, useful of the hock, and passion from behind are incredible. Young man in two's got one that rivals her in terms of just overall spread and dimension. I think this one is better in terms of the top side of her rib cage there, in terms of the roll that she's got, and at the same time, she leaves you and comes at you broader. She is better in terms of her front foot, but her skeleton from there up is a little more concerning. She's more forward in terms of the point of her shoulder and just her elevation, the angle to that shoulder. I don't read this one as dense in terms of her jaw and her muzzle as she comes directly at you, but a very high quality one there that needs to go ahead and be second. Young lady's landrace appearing gilt comes out next, and honestly, this gilt's looseness of rear leg and skeleton is very good and better than the one that lands there in second. Her attitude kind of falls to this young lady's disadvantage because she doesn't want to get out here and just roll for her. Wants to fight the whip a shade, but that gilt is really good in her own right. Why she's third? She's too long in her mid body in relation to those two ahead of her. She's deeper and thicker about her neck and her crest there. And of those top three, I didn't read that one just as intense or dense in terms of her skeleton and her lower joint work. Young man here in four's got one that's whacked out up high in terms of shape. It's got the right kind of proportions for me. Her angle to her shoulder is just too upright. She's the tightest off both ends of her skeleton of our initial four, and at the same time, I just didn't think she balanced as good. She wants to get just a little harsher there in her jump muscle. Her crest wants to get a little more pronounced, but a nice pig to be in fourth. Young lady in five gets all she can out of this particular gilt, and we're going to echo my comments from the previous pig in terms of her angle to her shoulder. However, I felt this one also consequently was the same way off her rear leg. She wants to get rounder about her muscle, wants to get quicker step and a little shorter strider from behind. Let's give all these exhibitors as they head back to the pens.
Placings in Class 2 white OPBs. Sixth place goes to Justin Prehota, Zeal 4H. Fifth place goes to Cheyenne Coleman, Navarro FFA. Fourth place goes to Jace Sullivan, Clemens 4H. Third place goes to Isabella Hartman, Navarro FFA. Second place goes to Hayden Pompa, Clemens FFA. And your class winner is Cody Kelso with the Marion FFA. Cody will also receive our Seguin Swine Breeders bump check. Her pig was bred by Kelso Genetics. Congratulations to all. We will now judge for our champion and reserve champion white OPBs.
Good wide OPB show, and I think the pair that we have out here for champion, they have similar, I guess, build in terms of their proportions from the side, and I think they have some trade off for sure in terms of where they're at in terms of their looseness. But at the same time, I think one of them offers maybe just a little more punch in terms of his pin set and where he hits the surface, maybe just a shade better in terms of his chest floor and where he hits the surface up front. Young man's lightweight's going to be your champion.
Champion white OPB goes to Brooks Baker with the Marion FFA. We'll now judge for our reserve.
As you drop that second in, I talked about that competitiveness of that class, and until we saw the heavies, and I think that both of these maybe have some more trade-off within a pair that make it awful close in my mind. Of that pair, I feel like there's one that's just balances just a shade better in terms of proportions. At the same time, that one is the stouter option in terms of substance and comes at you just with a little neater look. Young lady out of the heavies is going to be your reserve. Congratulations.
Reserve goes to Cody Kelso with the Marion FFA. Congratulations. We now are going to start up our Duroc breed class. Class 1 Durocs. We have 10 entries. We'll be selling 8. Weights will be 220. I've just been handed a belt that was found in a steer barn. It's a nice Nakona belt with conchos on it. Somebody left it there. If you lost your belt, you might be losing your pants. But anyway, I got your belt here if you need it. Thank you.
As we get started here in the Reds, there's some give or take, maybe 2 through 5 even. But for me, ultimately, there's one that needs a lead in terms of just elevation and the right kind of frame size for a lightweight Duroc. The absolute stoutest one in terms of her skull shape and muzzle, and still tidy about her neck and crest there. Big arm, good footed young man here with the dark one's going to go ahead and lead. I love that gill's proportions. She's not the fastest geared one in the world. If we had her just step just a shade faster, I think it would even be easier from that standpoint. Young lady here in second is one that just kind of worked her way up. But for me, in terms of a freshness standpoint, that young lady's got that gilt top side of her body looking incredible in terms of the roll and shape she's got there. Her lower line needs to be better. She's a little bit drier there back through her flank. But I think it's just her overall just height of shoulder and density and width of chest that's going to allow her to go ahead and be second. That gilt's really good in terms of her jawline. She's a pig that I read to just be a little more upright in terms of the angle to her shoulder in relation to that class winner. And the one we drop out in third is looser there in terms of her shoulder. I apologize, young lady. I didn't catch her initially coming through the sift. That one, she just needs to be intensified in terms of her skeleton. Of those top three, she's the one that I have the most, I guess, concern with in terms of her hip and hind legs. She wants to just get a little broader there at her upper stifle and doesn't hit the surface as square. Young lady brings us a very heavy duty one, maybe the stoutest feature one of these 2 through 5, but this pig just needs to be fresher. He's the blandest in terms of the shape down the top side of his body. He's the one that leaves you, I guess, in terms of a real big pin set, but just a little concerning in terms of where his hock hits the surface. He just didn't balance overall as good as he is consistent in his views. Young man that rounds out our top 5. Has a very good balanced gilt in terms of her proportions. I read this one just being a little too straight on both ends of her skeleton. And of the initial 5, she's the flattest and the driest in terms of her rib and leaves you with the most inconsistent views. Let's give all those exhibitors a hand as they head back.
Placings in your Durocs, Class 1. In 8th place, we have Grace Castillo, Navarro FFA. 7th place goes to Jacob Ronnie, Navarro FFA. 6th place goes to Carolee Morales Bailey, Clemens FFA. 5th place goes to Cade Kurz, Marion FFA. 4th place goes to Destiny Bonner, Steele FFA. 3rd place goes to Lexi Meeks, Seguin FFA. 2nd place goes to Allison Lissy, Steele FFA. And your class winner is Jackson Kurz with the Marion FFA. Jackson will also receive the Seguin Swine Breeders Hog Bump. The pig was bred by Real Hog Farms. Congratulations to you all. Coming in next will be our Durocs Class 2. We have 8 pigs entered. We'll be selling 6. Weights will go from 224 to 245.
Another class here in the next set of reds. I think that there's some conversation can be had for second through fourth, fifth, but for me, there's a non-negotiable in terms of the one that leads this class, and that's going to be the young man here in the black vest. That is a dense, opened up, big ribbed hog that is good in terms of his feet and legs. That pig comes at you with the biggest chest and leaves you the biggest ended, and still at the same time maintains his squareness from his hock to the surface. A pig that maybe is not as neat in terms of his throat latch as compared to a couple others in here, but it just kind of matches, it blends all together in a very good place to start. The young man here in second worked his way. I didn't get an initial look, good view there in the back, but I thought this pig had an opportunity in the big ring to show himself off a little better. And honestly, that pig's height to shoulder, levelness of hip and top line, and give you an elite look. He's good in terms of his chest. Where he's second is because he's the driest option in terms of his midrib and flank in this class. He doesn't leave you as true and square and as level in terms of his rump as that class winner, but I think a pig that's got a lot of intriguing pieces. The young man here in third brings us one that also has a very good look in terms of her top line. She's a gilt that I struggle with, I guess, because I think that gilt is the one that's most concerning in terms of her angle to her shoulder. She's the shortest and roundest about her rump, and not as intensified in terms of right down at the surface. She does leave you really big ended and better in terms of her hock than that one just ahead of her. She's just too concerning for me in terms of her looseness on both ends of her skeleton. The one that comes out in four is a little bit looser in terms of the angle to his shoulder. She's a gilt, though, at the same time. Wants to get out of balance in terms of her length. I don't read that one as good in terms of her skull shape and particularly coming at you of the initial four. She's the most closed up there at the base of her chest and her knee, and kind of leaves you in the same way. The young lady come out here in five's got one that gives you a killer look as he comes through the gate in terms of his skull and her chest view. She's a little flatter on her front feet from her blade backs where she ends up fifth. Of those, she's the driest and flattest in her midrib. When you step in behind her, she's the widest in terms of where she's at her stifle. And once they hit the surface, a little narrow for me. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a hand as they head back.
Placings in your second class of Duroc Market Hogs. In sixth place, we have Alexis Schulze, Marion FFA. Fifth place goes to Casey Lee Smith of the Navarro FFA. Fourth place goes to Dalton Pollock of Navarro FFA. Third place goes to Barrett Coleman, Navarro FFA. Second place goes to Brett Barnard, Seguin FFA. And your class winner goes to Banner Wilkes of the Marion FFA. Also, Banner will receive the Seguin Swine Breeders Bump Check. His pig was bred by Coulterman Show Pigs. Congratulations to you all. Entering our ring now is Class 3 Durocs. We have 8 entries. We'll be placing 6. Weights from 247 to 256. I've been asked to announce that we will go ahead and go all the way through our dark OPBs before we break for lunch. So Hamps will be next, then we have dark OPBs, and then we'll break for lunch for approximately 30 minutes. Thank you. Again, I want to announce that we will be breaking for lunch after the dark OPB champion and reserve champion are judged. So that'll be the last class before lunch, dark OPBs.
Good class here on the top end and of this pair. They're very contrasting. I'm sure you can see from ringside. There's one of those that I read as just being a shade taller shouldered and better in terms of her angles. She reaches and floats better off both ends. And then there's another one that's stouter and heavier muscled that maybe just wants to get just a little more restricted in terms of the way that she moves of that pair. I think that, the one that moves with more effortless movement is also the bigger chested, better footed option when she comes directly at you. Young lady in the blue is going to go ahead and lead this particular class. The one that is in second, when you get in on top of them, that one is bigger in terms of the spread she has up high. She's better in terms of the roll. She's got to her mid body and definitely has the advantage as she leaves you. But what brings you to be second, young lady? I read yours to just be the one that I'd like to change in terms of her angle to her shoulder. Her knee, when she comes directly at you, is not as secure and not as square as the one that wins. And then at the same time, she's the one that gets a little shorter and rounder about her hip of that initial pair. But a very nice pair to go ahead and lead. The one they drop out here in third is got some far-reaching pieces. He's the most exotic in terms of his skull and his neckline there. He's the one that, of those initial three that's probably the most proportional in terms of the mid-body and how that all blends together. But at the same time, I read this one to be the straightest about his shoulder. He started laboring not long after we had him here. He got a little gas there, and I think that's just the speaks volumes about his structure. He's too straight on both ends, but a pig that's got a lot of quality there in three. The young lady brings us one in fourth that is just kind of a meat and potatoes practical type pig in terms of width and dimension. One that it gets a little longer about her spine, and then what sort of fourth is just her function out of her hip and hind legs not good enough. She wants to search as she leaves you. She's really big-ended, but she just wants to search too much as she goes. Same could be said about the one in five here. A balanced, proportional type pig from the side. It's really big in terms of his cage, but at the same time, that one wants to get too erect in terms of the angle of his shoulder, shorter and rounder about her hip. I need to change those things to work that one up. Let's congratulate those exhibitors as they head back.
Placings in Class 3 Durocs. In sixth place, we have Wesley Vance, Steel FFA. Fifth place, we have Claire Real, New Berlin 4-H. Fourth place, we have Karen Jo Ruiz, Clemens FFA. Third place goes to Ryan Rust, Navarro FFA. Second place goes to Carter Katzer, Navarro FFA. And your class winner is Briley Clufus with the Marion FFA. Briley will also receive the Seguin Swine Breeders Bump Check. Her pig was bred by Kelso Genetics. Congratulations. Our showman sheets are on the back table behind me. If you want to participate in showmanship, which will take place immediately after we judge our grand and reserve market hog today, the showmanship groups are going to be seniors, which are grades 9 through 12, intermediate, which are grades 6 through 8, and juniors, which are 3 through 5. We will judge showmanship in that order, starting with seniors, and then intermediates, and then juniors. Again, that will be right after we judge our grand champion and reserve grand champion pigs today. Thank you. We're currently judging our Class 4 Durocs. There's 7 entries. We'll be placing 5. Weights run from 258 to 265. Exhibitors, you must have a picture taken with your pig at the back northwest corner of the barn. As soon as you place, you must have a picture made to sell in the auction on Saturday. Thank you.
good pair to top into this next class, and I think that they're similar in terms of their quality, in terms of their look from the side. They're both pigs that come to us with good angles off both ends of their skeleton. They're hogs that are very fresh and good in their presentation as well. Of that pair, I read one that just comes at you with more true in terms of their knee. She comes to you with a little better jaw in terms of the shape she gives you to her skull. And at the same time, of that pair, I just read her to be the longer hipped option. Young man here's got her. Congratulations to him. The young lady there, as I said, has a really bold kind of a Duroc gilt that is high quality. I just would like to change that one in terms of her view coming directly at you. Her knee needs to square up on her. At the same time, I thought that one just maybe gets a little deeper there in terms of her neckline and just not as neat about her jawline and as she comes at you. The one that comes out in 4 is a tall-shouldered, long, extended type bear that just needs to be opened up on both ends of his skeleton. He's heavy duty and he's got a good muscle shape and length of hip. He's bigger in his pin set than what those that are maybe in 5. But a pig that just comes to us too dry. His mid body it needs to be fuller. He needs to have more in terms of just his depth of body to help him balance. For me, young lady in 5 does bring us one that is more proportional from that standpoint and fresher in her mid body. We need to rearrange this one in terms of his skeleton. He gets a little too uncoordinated on both ends, but a pig that is very well presented. The one that drops out in 5 is a pig that he kind of worked his way back into a slot here. He's a loose-shouldered kind of a pig that is good in terms of his balance. Again, he's a pig that leaves you a little disappointing in terms of his pin set and his width from behind. Wants to get more hesitant there out of his hock and pasturing. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors as they head back.
Placing in Class 4 Durocs, 5th place goes to Reed Reiniger, Marion FFA. 4th place goes to Leighton Swicky, Marion FFA. 3rd place, James Schumann, New Berlin 4-H. 2nd place goes to Ariana Savala, Steel FFA. And your class winner is Urban Wilkes with the Marion FFA. Urban also is going to be the recipient of the Seguin Swine Breeders Bump Check. The pig was bred by Coulterman Show Pigs. Congratulations. We're now bringing in our Class 5 Durocs. We have 8 entries. We'll be placing 6.
Good way to enter our reds. And of the two I have left out here, I probably sound like a broken record, but they're contrasting in terms of what they bring to the table of that pair. There's one that's just more my speed in terms of moderation, in terms of density and the spread, and still fresh up high. Young lady in green is going to go ahead and lead this particular class. I'm not going to tell you she's extra anywhere in terms of feature or in terms of muscle shape, but I think she's the best option in terms of the things I described there. The one in second, man, this thing's close, like real close in terms of being a very, very high quality show pig. He is heavy structured. That thing's skull is awesome, and the jawline that he represents, he's big bladed and big chested. That thing maybe just wants a little past his point in terms of freshness. His mid body's just a shade too dry, and particularly when you crawl right in on top of that bear, he's the blandest in terms of the shape he offers down the top side of his body, but heaviness of structure and just pliability, second to none. The one that's going to be in third is another heavy-duty type gilt that's stout about her skull. She's good in terms of her chest, and her mid-body is fresher. She's got more shape than the one that was right in front of her. It's her rear third that I'd like to change. She gets blander about her pin set. She leaves you the most disappointing in terms of the spread that she offers, and at the same time, she's the one that I read to be the tightest in terms of her hip. She wants to drop her pins as she sets in motion there and just brings her balance out of sorts for me. The one in five is another well-presented gilt that's got some gas in her tank in terms of just wanting to go. This one just runs out of power. She's the frailest option in terms of her skull, forearm, front foot. She leaves you with plenty in terms of just her base width. Another one that they need to intensify in terms of just overall shape up high. And the one that rounds out our top five is another stout, burly kind of a pig in terms of his skull. Just doesn't blend all together. His back's the right length of body. He just runs out of gas in terms of his feature. He's got a good pin set and muscle in him. We just need that one to just be rearranged to balance a shade better. Let's give all those exhibitors a hand as we get a champion red.
Placings in Class 5 Durocs. Fifth place goes to Sophie Dean, Clemens FFA. Fourth place goes to Jada Littlefield, Marion FFA. Third place goes to Presley Blakely, Marion FFA. Second place goes to Bryant Barnard, Seguin FFA. First place goes to Elena Pena, Steele FFA. I left off our sixth place pig, Cadence Mercer, Seguin FFA in sixth place. Our Seguin Swine Breeders Bump Check goes to Elena Pena. Her pig was bred by Frank Koviak, Show Pigs. We will now judge for our champion and reserve champion Durocs. Exhibitors, as you leave the ring, on your ribbon there's a card attached. That is your sale qualification form that must be filled out and turned into the show office behind me today after, it must be turned in today by the end of the showmanship round. Thank you.
It's been a good Duroc show as we've done in previous breeds. Let's go ahead and congratulate our class winners for getting back out here. You know, as you drop those out, individual pins there, I thought, I had one in my mind, that we were going to lead with. And as we, started dropping them out, I thought, it got closer, I guess, when they got them all here. But there's still one that fits me in terms of one that's broad and fresh. Still reads good in terms of her skeleton. A pig that also at the same time brings those extras to the table in terms of stoutness of skull and correctness of front end. Young man over here on the far side is going to have your champion. Congratulations.
All right, champion Duroc goes to Urban Wilkes, Marion FFA. Congratulations. We're now judged for our reserve.
That's not her either. That one was out of her class. Third class. That one's not. Yeah. Okay, as we get it lined out here, I thought it got close for reserve. I think it gets extremely close based on what some of these bring to the table and offer some different parts and pieces. For me, there's one that just stays extremely loose out here. I'd like to change her balance just a shade to rival that champion in terms of just making her mid body just a shot shorter, but her agility, her ability to move across the ring is second to none. Young lady here in the blue is going to have your reserve. Congratulations.
The reserve Duroc goes to Briley Cluthus, Marion FFA. Congratulations. Next, we'll be starting with our first class of Hampshire market hogs. The first class has 11 entered. We'll be selling 8. Weights are 220. One correction on the sale cards. They must be turned into the office by 5 p.m. 5 p.m. Thank you.
Good way to start our Hampshires, and there's some give or take. I would say on some ringside discussion, but on 2 through 3, 4 here, but ultimately there's no argument with me on which one needs a lead. The young man here in the red checkered shirt, that pig hits the sift pin back there and demands your attention. They've got him maxed out in terms of his hair and skin and presentation and his view up high. He leaves you the most genuine in terms of his pin set and where his back feet hit the surface. If I'm going to get nitpicky on him, I'd like to just loosen his shoulder just a shade there as he goes. But the young man does a terrific job of getting him driven. Young man in second there is one that I think rivals him in terms of body shape and dimension, in terms of the muscle that thing brings to the table. At the same time, he's the lower shouldered option that just needs to be propped up on his front feet for me. At the same time, I don't see him as square as he leaves you in terms of where his hock hits from behind. The one that comes out in third is one that I think you can make a case to run that one second in terms of presentation and height of shoulder and elevation. For me, this pig just gets too erect in terms of the angle to his shoulder. He's the flattest ribbed in the initial 5 here in terms of just the roll to his mid body and cage. He wants to get too hesitant on both ends, but the young lady gets all she can out of that one. The one that comes out in 4 is the most meat and potatoes of the set. That one's just genuine in terms of his width and spread of his chest and the roll to his mid body. He's the blandest in terms of his muscle shape, and I think a pig that still has an opportunity, if the young lady takes him on, to be high quality. You have some be competitive, because this pig, he's got this kind of body shape that it takes to get one to get that dense and wide. I need that one just to have more real muscle in him in terms of his shape out of the back of his shoulder and back through his rump. But a good skeleton pig there in 4. The one that rounds out our top 5, awesome in terms of her skull shape, awesome in terms of the shape she offers down the top side of her body. Like could be said about the same in third. She's too erect in her shoulder. She's too flat in terms of her cage, and just comes to us in too many parts and pieces to balance up. Let's congratulate those exhibitors as they head back.
Placings in Class 1 Hampshire Pigs. 8th place goes to Mark Pardo, Marion FFA. 7th place goes to Grant Barbie, Navarro FFA. 6th place goes to Huck Shane Vogel, Marion FFA. 5th place goes to J. Lee Williams, Marion FFA. 4th place goes to Paisley Shane Vogel, Marion FFA. 3rd place goes to Alexis Schulze, Marion FFA. 2nd place goes to Barrett Kuhlman, Navarro FFA. And your class winner is Chance Chiranza, New Berlin 4-H. Congratulations to you all. Our Seguin Swine Breeder Bump Check recipient will be the 5th place pig, J. Lee Williams, Marion FFA. Her pig was bred by Corcoran Genetics. Congratulations. We will now bring in our Class 2 Hampshires. We have 8 entered. We'll be placing 6. directly in front of me right now, we have our two guests that from our staff at the Guadalupe County Sheriff's Mounted Posse. We have Bella Schulze. She is the posse sweetheart, and we welcome her. And also we have Madison Mays, who's the Guadalupe County Fair Princess. We appreciate both these ladies and the help they're giving us in the ring today. Let's give both of them a big round of applause. Thank you.
Good quality here in this next class of Hampshires, and ultimately I land on a pair of them that are just boxier in their build and more robust, coming and leaving you. I think both of these gilts, maybe we'd like to change them there from their ham loin back in terms of the way maybe they handle their rear leg, but ultimately of that pair, there's one that's just sharper in terms of his neckline. Stronger in terms of her front feet, and still has a more than adequate, I guess, width from behind, but more accurate in terms of her step. That's going to be the young lady in pink. She's going to go ahead and lead this particular class. The young lady in second here is, like I said, got a really broad, dense one that's going to be second. And I just felt like as the drive wore on, her rear leg was less secure in terms of where she hit the surface. I initially in the back, I was really concerned about where her hock was in relation to her hoof, and then she wants to bow a shade from behind, and that's usually a no-no for this guy. But at the same time, I felt like in this particular class, her front 2/3 are incredibly good in terms of the spread she's got to her chest, the depth and shape she's got to her heart and forerib. It's clearly better than the one that's going to ultimately end up there in third. The one in third is different than those in terms of his endpoint, I think, because he's a tall-shouldered, elevated type bear that's a shade longer in terms of his body. I read this one at the same time to just be the flatter option in terms of his body shape. He's the tightest and flattest there in his forerib and heart. I read that pig as being the most erect in terms of the angle to his shoulder. He's still good. It's all he can out of him, and I do prefer him over the one in second there as he leaves you in terms of where his hock hits the surface. We just don't have as much pig there as he goes straight away from you. The one that's going to be in four is kind of your meat potatoes type kind of a pig in terms of just she's proportional. She's good in terms of her angles as she comes and goes. She's just too low set in terms of her neck attachment. She comes at you the narrowest and the most closed up and leaves you with the same disadvantage. But I think a gilt that needed to get here recognized in our top five. The one in fifth also is one that just kind of gets a little too general in her look for me. Of the top five, I read this one as being the most the frailest in terms of her feature. She's the one that comes out of balance for me as just being a little too jammed up in terms of her middle of her spine. I'd like to lengthen her just a shade and just give her a little more look up in front of her blade to work her up into the top end of this class. Let's give all those exhibitors a hand.
Placings in Class 2 Hampshires. Fifth place goes to Jolene Swicky, Marion FFA. Fourth place goes to Kendall Murdoch, New Berlin 4-H. Third place goes to Luke Bell, Santa Clara 4-H. Second place goes to Cheyenne Coleman, Navarro FFA. And your class winner is Cody Kelso with the Marion FFA. Our Seguin Swine Breeders bump check will be given to Luke Bell with Santa Clara 4-H. The breeder of his pig is Kelso Genetics. Congratulations. We will now bring in our Class 3 Hampshires. We have 9 entries. We'll be placing 7. Again, I want to announce that we are going to break for lunch immediately after we judge the dark OPB champion and reserve champion. We will go to lunch for probably about 30 minutes. So if you have a York pig, don't go far. We'll start up after lunch with our York class. Thank you.
Good class here, and all the way through 4 or 5 here, and ultimately on the top end, maybe have one of the closest pairs in my eyes that we've seen thus far today. There's some trade off amongst this pair in terms of where they're at in terms of their length of body and density, and still having a skeleton that's laid in them right and accurate in terms of their hoof placement. For me, there's one that just covers the basics. Maybe not as much extras, but I prefer this one, Speed. The young man here in the plaid is going to go ahead and lead this particular class. I think it gets extremely close. The young man there in second's got one that comes to us with a beautiful head. I love this thing's density and his shorter body. He's a shorter bodied option of that pair. I don't read that pig to just be as good in terms of his build, particularly up front. He gets a little softer on his front feet, more hesitant in terms of his step as he leaves you. I'd like to just lengthen his hip ever so slightly and square him up a shade. That's getting awful critical on a well-presented, well-shown bear that comes there in 2. The one that comes out in 3rd just runs out of gas in terms of stoutness of that initial 3 there. I read that one the most closed up there at the base of her chest. She's the frailest in terms of her arm and front foot. She is looser about her hip and her shoulder than the one that ends up in 2nd. We just don't have as much pig there. Out of the top of her blade working back, there's just not as much genuine width and dimension in that particular gilt, but a very well presented, well driven gilt there in 3rd. The one that drops out in 4, I think I'd just like to take this one and just make him a frame size smaller for this particular class. This pig is tall, he's elevated, he's got some grow in him. Just a pig that's just too flat in this particular setting. He doesn't have near the roll to his mid body and lower cage as those just there ahead of him as he leaves you. I'd like to broaden that one in terms of where he is at the base of it, where he hits the surface there, and just give him a little more genuine muscle. The one that rounds out our top 5, awesome skull shape in this gilt, big shape up high. She's just too dry and flat in terms of her mid body. We need to just blow her apart in terms of her cage there to just make her balance up a little better. Let's give all those exhibitors a hand.
Placings in Class 3 Hampshires. 6th place goes to Bodie Woodley, Kingsbury 4-H. 5th place goes to Brittany Brixke, New Berlin 4-H. 4th place goes to Cheyenne Moat, Marion FFA. 3rd place goes to Alina Pena, Steel FFA. 2nd place goes to Cade Pape, Marion FFA. And your class winner is Braden Forts with the Marion FFA. Braden will also receive the Seguin Swine Breeders Bump Check. His pig was bred by MT Hart Livestock. Congratulations to you all. Coming in next will be our Class 4 Hampshires. We have 9 entries. We'll be selling 7.
Good way to end our Hampshires here. And in the ring here, we've got a pair of them I think are very contrasting in what they represent. They've got one that is very, very stout in terms of his noggin. He's good in terms of his chest, and his angles read relatively good in terms of his shoulder there. And the set he's a little drier in terms of his mid body and his freshness from that standpoint. And I'd like to maybe just lengthen and square him up in terms of his hip. And then the young lady's got one that is bold and dense and is great in terms of his presentation. He's a pig I don't read as stout as maybe that other one, but I still think that's adequate from that standpoint. He's got awesome bend and flex out of his hip and hind leg, and maybe at times wants to come to his disadvantage as it kind of makes him want to come apart in his top line just a shade there. But I think it gets close. Ultimately, the one that I prefer in terms of just bulk and density and freshness is the young ladies. That one's going to go ahead and win. The one that comes here in 2, as I described, I think that's a very good pig. Maybe just run out of weight or something in that standpoint. I'd like to just give that thing a shot of water and just give his bib section just a little more pump right through the center part of his cage and lower body of his lower line there. A nice pair there on the top end. The one that comes out here in 3rd is a gilt that is really broad in terms of her rear view. She's good in terms of her top shape and is really fresh in her own right. Of those initial 3, she's the most closed up in terms of her base of her chest. She's also the one that's the most general in terms of her look in front of her blade. I need to change those things about her to work her up into that top pair. Same could be said about the 1 and 4. She just gets a little bit fluffy in terms of where she's at in her condition up high. She's one that of those 4, though, she was the one that's the most, concerning in terms of her skeleton. She's the straightest about her shoulder. She's the one that's the lowest set in terms of where her neck ties into her blade, but well presented, well shown gilt there to be in 4. The one that rounds out our top 5 here is a big chested kind of a pig that can the same thing could be said about him. I'd like to just give him more in terms of his mid body. He's the driest in terms of his flesh there in the middle and lower part of his cage, but a loose skeleton type pig that brings us some muscle. Let's congratulate those heavyweight Hampshire exhibitors.
Placings in Class 4 Hampshires. 7th place goes to Braden Brixke, New Berlin 4H. 6th place goes to Sophie Dean, Clemens FFA. 5th place goes to Carson Schneider, New Berlin 4H. 4th place goes to Weston Warrendale, Navarro FFA. 3rd place goes to Carson Hendricks, New Berlin 4H. 2nd place goes to Urban Wilkes, Marion FFA. And your class winner is Emily Clutter with the Marion FFA. She will also receive the Seguin Swine Breeders bump check. The breeder was MT Hart Livestock. Congratulations to you all. We will now judge for our champion, Hamp, and reserve champ.
Well, as we've done before, let's go ahead and congratulate our Hampshire 1st and 2nd place exhibitors. as we get the 4 class winners out here. They all come to us in a little different package, I guess, from a standpoint of where they're at in their maturity, but at the same time, maybe just not all cookie cutters of one another. I'm okay with that because I think the quality is still good. I think all of these represent their weight well, and they represent different things that they bring to the table. Of these, I've kind of criticized some things throughout the day on each of these, just where I'd like to tweak them a place or two. But I keep coming back to one that I feel like is just the loosest. She's the best built. She's the one that offers us the most, right out of the back of her blade all the way through her hip. Young man in the plaid's going to have your champion.
Thank you.
Champion Hamp honors goes to Braden Forts, Marion FFA. Congratulations. We'll now judge for our reserve.
You drop that second in, and it definitely does not take away from the quality at all. I talked that pair being extremely close in a good class, and this pig comes back out, and he is robust in terms of his cage. They've got him dialed in from a hair and skin perspective. He is undeniably the stoutest in terms of his rear leg and the size of his foot. I criticized him there in class just a shot in terms of his length of hip and just the way he is arranged there in his front feet. But I think a very high quality pig. The lightweight pig's one that I talked about earlier. His look as he comes through the gate is second to none in terms of in front of his blade. The longer we ask that pig to drive, does he sustain the drive as well in terms of the angle to his shoulder and his looseness from behind? But I think a very proportional pig that's still on his way up. The heavyweight pig was one that offers us a tremendous amount of shape out of the back of his shoulder. As saying goes, as we ask that pig to drive, how does he hold together in his top line? He wants to just get a little bit out of sorts in terms of that standpoint. You may want for a heavyweight barrel, we may need to intensify that one in terms of his arm and his stoutness from behind. Young lady out of the second class, love the proportions and the look that this gilt gives you in front of her blade. She's another one that offers this immense amount of muscle down her back. From her hip forward, I think there's not anything that rivals her. How comfortable am I in terms of where she sits from behind? She's definitely on the edge, and she's done that the entire time. So I think it gets extremely close. Honestly, as I stand back, there's one that I just can't probably drive back to Fredericksburg today and say I left standing. Young man second out of that class is going to be reserve.
Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job.
Reserve champion Hamp goes to Cade Pape, Marion FFA. Congratulations. Next, we'll start with our dark OPB. We have class 1. We have 9 entered. We'll be placing 7 dark OPBs. Immediately after we judge the champion, reserve champion, dark OPB, we will be breaking for lunch for about 30 to 45 minutes. And then we'll resume with our Yorkshire show and then crossbreds after that. Again, we'll break for lunch after the dark OPB class is judged. Thank you. Again, exhibitors, if you want to participate in our showmanship immediately following the judging of the champion, grand champion, and reserve grand champion pigs, we'll have our showmanship class. You must sign up at the desk behind me. There's a sign-up list. We are breaking you out in 3 different groups as we do every year. So Make sure that if you want to participate in showmanship, that you come back and sign up on the appropriate list for your age or class group. Thank you. Again, if anybody wants anything to eat, next door to us right here, we have the Knights of Columbus concession. They have hamburgers, hot dogs, nachos. It's a multitude of foods over there. And every dollar you spend with them goes right back into supporting our community, our show. The Knights have done a heck of a job doing that all week long. So if you're hungry and don't want to go far, please give them a shout. Thank you.
Good pair here on the top end to start our black OPBs, and within that pair, I think there's some trade-off amongst them, but ultimately, I feel like there's one that's just freer and looser on both ends of a skeleton. One that probably comes at you and leaves you with just a little more demanding view in terms of the chest and where they hit the surface and more accurate step. And that's going to be the young lady here in the black. I feel like that gilt's got. She's fresh in terms of her mid body. Her proportions are good. I read her to be longer about her hip and has a better function in terms of her rear leg, and particularly her ability to push her hock back behind her tail and reach forward more comfortably than the young man's. The young man's pig comes to us with an awesome fresh look up high. I like this bear's mid body extremely well. He's not narrow chested by any means, just maybe wants to get a little bit more awkward about his forearm and his knee and front foot there. At the same time, the thing that sorts him to second, I read him as being the shortest in his upper hip of that pair. I'd like to just coordinate him a little differently from that standpoint, but a very well presented, well shown pig there in 2. Drop out the one there in 3, and that pig's got a tremendously big back in terms of his edges there. He's a stout-featured hog that just wanted to fight the whip quite a bit, but he leaves you squarer than the one there in 3rd. He just becomes too general in his look in front of his blades. He's the one that wants to be the kind of the meat and potatoes, hard-headed one of the bunch. But if we could just get that pig to relax a little bit out here, I think it would be even more competitive there for 2nd. The one that we drop out in 4th, the young man worked his way from the sift pen back up here into the top 5, and my initial view in the back, I questioned his rear leg, and I still do, but I think that pig's quality in terms of the shape and freshness he's got on the top side of his body, the roll and underline he's got in terms of his mid-body is spot on. That pig's look in front of his blade is exceptionally good. I just need to change him in terms of his hip and hind leg, a shade there. He wants to just pound him in the ground just a little too much for me. I want to tuck his hock and stifle in to make him a more accurate view from behind. Young lady brings us a gilt that looks like she's still on her way up in terms of her maturity. She's good in terms of her chest. She's good in terms of her freshness. Wants to get just a little rounder in terms of her muscle. More than anything, I just need a stout in that one in terms of her skull and her bone work to work her up. Let's congratulate those first class OPBs.
Placings in our first class dark OPBs. 7th place goes to Brian Barnard, Seguin FFA. 6th place goes to Brinley Stevenson, Clemens FFA. 5th place goes to Casey Lee Smith, Navarro FFA. 4th place goes to Colby Schultz, Marion FFA. 3rd place goes to Banner Wilkes, Marion FFA. 2nd place goes to Hayden Pompa, Clemens FFA. And your class winner goes to Emma Hartman, Navarro FFA. The Seguin Swine Breeders bump check will be going to Hayden Pompa. His pig was bred by MT Hart Livestock. Congratulations, everybody. We are now entering Class 2 Dark OPBs. We have 5 entered. We'll be placing 4.
class here that's a little shorter on numbers, but quality's still good. And of the trio here, I feel like there's kind of a combination pig in terms of one that's dense and opened up. Still at the same time, that same one is the loosest on both ends of her skeleton. The young lady in the pink stripes there is going to go ahead and lead this particular class. I think a gilt that offers up the most in terms of her mid body and the spread that she possesses when you get on top of her. But more importantly, she is the loosest about her shoulder. She's the loosest about her hip and hind leg. The further reaching one here is going to be second, and that young man does a great job of getting that one presented. That's a tall shouldered gilt that offers us probably a little crisper edge up high. But what comes with it is she's a little flatter in terms of her foreribs. She's tighter in terms of her lower line. She's the one that we asked to go, and she just wants to get more hesitant and fight the whip there out of her shoulder and front end. But a very nice gilt there in her own right. The one that's going to be third is a very well balanced, proportional top bearer in terms of his length and his density. He's got to his midsection. One we need to loosen on both ends and just stouten in relation to those just ahead of him. Of the initial three, he's the smallest in terms of his ankle. He's the most restricted and closed up there in his back foot and tightest in his pastern. The one that we dropped out there in 4 is a long body, kind of later maturing gilt that is good in terms of her feet and legs. We just need more pig there in this particular setting. She's the flattest and narrowest in terms of her muscle pattern and general width. Let's congratulate those exhibitors on the middleweight black OPBs.
Placings in Class 2, dark OPBs. Fourth place goes to Madison Whitting Brooks, Seguin FFA. Third place goes to Hunter Rust, Navarro FFA. Second place goes to Jake Schulze, Marion FFA. And your class winner is Gabriela Shamanic Vasquez of the Clemens FFA. She will also receive the Seguin Swine Breeders Bump Check. Her pig was bred by Quick Pin Genetics. Congratulations. Next, we will have Class 3 dark OPBs. We have 5 entered. We will be placing 4. Thank you.
here in this class. I think that there's some, discussion can be had about some different parts and pieces, but ultimately, there's one that I read as being the stoutest and densest and easily the loosest out here, and that's going to be the young lady here in the turquoise. That pig is one that's broad about his chest. He's stout in terms of his blade, and he's the most secure on both ends of his skeleton, coming and going. He's a pig that's a shade drier in terms of his mid body, and I'd like to freshen him there a shot. But a pig that I think his athleticism and function, he needs to go ahead and lead. The young lady's got one that's wanting to fight the whip there, and one that is extremely dialed in terms of freshness up high. Her spread from behind and coming is undeniable. But that's also maybe where I'm going to criticize her, because she just wants to get too broad as she leaves you, as she hits the surface there. And at the same time, she's the one that just doesn't want to just reach and drive as she hits the arena surface, just wants to get more hesitant in her step. The one that comes out there in third is the one that comes to us probably the most general in his look in terms of just hair and skin and presentation. But I read this gilt as being the fault-free option of the 3 and 4 there. That gilt's really broad and stout about her skull. She's loose on both ends of her skeleton. I just need more genuine shape in that particular gilt. Just give her more raw shape out of the back of her shoulder and back through her hip, but a very comfortable kind of a gilt to be there in third. The young lady's gilt that comes out in 4, that pig offers us those things. She's bigger in terms of her shape up high. She's broader as she leaves you. But at the same time, I think this one comes with more, reservations in terms of her skeleton. She just wants to almost stand still. She's more hesitant on both ends of her skeleton. And I need her to just relax and go a little more comfortably to work her up. Let's give those exhibitors a hand as we get a champion black OPB.
Placings, Class 3, Dark OPB. 4th place goes to Callie Marie Troger, Navarro FFA. 3rd place goes to Lexi Meeks, Seguin FFA. 2nd place goes to Cameron Mauricio, Zeo 4H. And your class winner is Kennedy Benz, New Berlin 4H. Kennedy will also receive the Seguin Swine Breeder bump check. The breeder of her pig is Alderson Farms. Congratulations. We will now judge for our champion dark OPB.
Let's congratulate our 1st and 2nd place black OPB exhibitors. You know, it's a challenge at times to put these things together. We raised some of them there at home, and I understand there's frustrations at times because not all of them are blessed with the tricked out pieces. Maybe we all strive to as breeders and still keep them functional. And then on top of that, you've got their attitudes to bring into the equation as well. But with all that said, I think these 3 class winners represent what they have from a standpoint of just being good functional pigs, have some of the extras that we strive to get, and still at the same time very functional. Of those others, one I just read as being the boldest about the rib, the densest. I'm not going to say she's the furthest reaching in any one area, but this young lady here in the pink's got your champion black OPB. You drop that second in, and we talked about the freshness that gilt possesses in terms of the top side of her body, and her hair texture is incredible. She's the gilt we described, in terms of her forerib and heart being just a shade drier. And I just wish that thing would, if she would just relax just a shot on both ends of her skeleton, it'd help her a little bit in terms of just wanting to drop her spine. I think it gets really close when you drop her in. The heavyweight was one I talked about. I love his durability and his looseness of his skeleton. That pig's maybe just a shade past his point in terms of where he is in his mid body and flesh. But I love a lot of things about that particular bear. The lightweight gilt started, giving the girl some fits there, and that pig was one I talked about how fresh she is up high. She's good as she leaves you. I'd like to maybe just from the side help her balance just a shade better in terms of her crest and the roundness, maybe to her muscle pattern from behind. So with all those things, I think it gets extremely close. The one I like second best, going to be second out of that class. Congratulations to that young man.
Champion Dark OPB goes to Gabriela Shamanic Vasquez of the Clemens FFA. Your reserve will go to Jake Schultze, Marion FFA. Congratulations to you both. We will now break for lunch. We will return in 30 to 45 minutes, and we'll resume with our York class, lightweight Yorks. Don't go too far. You're coming up, and then the crossbreds after that. Thank you. Doug Alderson. Tension in the barn. We're going to go ahead and start back up again here in about 5 minutes. So go ahead and secure your seats. We're just about ready to get started with the Yorkshire breed in 5 minutes. Thank you. attention tomorrow. We're about ready to get started here with our first class of Yorkshire Market Hogs. We're going to have 3 in the first class. Excuse me, 8 in the first class. Weights will be running from 220 to 220. We'll be selling 6. As we welcome everybody back to our show this afternoon, I want to introduce to you those that may have not been here earlier. Our judge in the middle of the ring with the white cap is Mr. Corey Raines. He's an ag teacher in Fredericksburg, Texas. He's a graduate of Texas Tech, where he judged meats and livestock. He coached the meats judging team there at Texas Tech. He's married to his wife Lacey. They have 3 boys, and they operate Raines Livestock, where they run about 30 sows. They have 3 boys, Creighton, Cole, and Cross, and they actively show swine and cattle at state and national shows. So let's give a round of applause for Mr. Corey Raines. He's done a great job.
As we get started back here with the Yorkshires, I think this pair kind of just surfaces as being the pair that's dense and bold and still functional in terms of their skeleton. Within that pair, I read one as just being a little stouter in terms of their skull shape, better in terms of their arm and their front foot. At the same time, that same one is looser about her shoulder. Young man over here to my right has that class winner. I like that gilt a good deal when you get right in on top of her. She offers you a lot of spread and dimension. I think the young man's barrier there in second is a little neater in terms of his crest and right there at the base of his neck. However, I feel like that one is just one that just gives us a little different head shape in terms of his muzzle. I don't read that one as being stout in terms of his arm and his front foot. And at the same time, when you get in on top of him, just doesn't have as much freshness right out of the backside of the shoulder there. The young lady here that's going to be in 3 is one that's really big in terms of his midsection. That pig just closes up too much at this view right here, directly coming at you at the same time. I'd like to just peel some off of that one. He's pushing the limits for me, I guess, in terms of his composition for a lightweight Yorkshire pig. I'd like to see more edge in terms of the shape he's got out of the back of his shoulder and working back there through his hip. The young man coming out next is more ideal for me in terms of that composition and freshness up high. One that we got to intensify in terms of his skeleton, particularly his arm and front foot as he leaves you. That one there wants to get a little bit wide in terms of where his stifle is in relation to where his feet hit the surface. Need just loosen him a shade to work him up. Young lady brings us a real hairy pig that's got a big shape up high. We need to rearrange this one in terms of his skeleton. That's the straightest shouldered option out of what we have here, and he needs a hinge better out of his hip and hind leg. Let's congratulate the lightweight Yorkshire exhibitors.
Results in Class 1 Yorks. 5th place, we got Chloe Law, Seguin FFA. 4th place, Mark Pardo, Marion FFA. 3rd place, Kaylee Barbie, Navarro FFA. 2nd place, Jacob Ronnie, Navarro FFA. And 1st place goes to Weston Warrendale.
Do we have a swine breeder on this one? Do we have a swine breeder? Did Chuck say anything? Who's the breeder? Oh, okay. Yeah, he did say that. Dadgummit.
Why didn't I write it down? Forgot to mention in Class 1 Yorks, the third place pig belonging to Kaylee Barbie, Navarro FFA. That child will receive a $100 bump from Seguin Swine Breeders. The pig was bred by Daggy Show Pigs. Congratulations. In the ring now, we have Class 2 Yorkshires. We have 5 entries. We're selling 4.
Nice pair here at the top end, and within that pair, there's one that just is more my speed in terms of being bold and dense and still flexible. At the same time, that same pig gives us an awesome look in terms of his front end. Awesome shape up, young man's got him here. I like that pig a good deal. The young lady here that's in second, that's a very tall shouldered, elevated type gilt that's good in terms of her range of motion from behind. She's extremely heavy duty and comes down on a big foot. I'd like to lay her back in her blade just a shade there and maybe freshen her in terms of right there in her ham loin, but a very good gilt in her own right. The one that we're going to drop out there in third, that's a really big-footed, stout-skulled kind of a gilt that just kind of works her way into the third place. I mean, her tail root's big, her feet are big, and I think that her skeleton reads truer than the one that's going to be there in 4. The angle to her shoulder's better, her hips longer and leveler. I'd like to change her right here as in her front view in terms of where her knee wants to come together just a shade. But the amount of dense of muscle shape she offers down the top side of her body allows her to go ahead and be third. The one in 4 gives you a sharper look in front of her blade. I just read this gilt to be the straightest off both ends of her skeleton. Like to intensify her in terms of her bone work to work her up. Let's give all those exhibitors a hand.
Placings in Class 2 Yorkshires. In 4th place, we have Lucy Seibert, Navarro FFA. 3rd place goes to Nicole Frost, Steel FFA. 2nd place goes to Chanton Shadrock, Marion FFA. And your class winner is Braden Forts, Marion FFA. The Seguin Swine Breeder bump check will be given to Chanton Shadrock. His pig was purchased from Schultz Show Pigs. Congratulations. Entering the ring now, we have Class 3 Yorkshires. We have 5 entries. We'll be placing 4. Weights are from 249 to 258. Also, exhibitors, make sure that you turn in your sale qualification form that you received with your ribbon today. That form must be filled out if you are to sell in the auction on Saturday. We need to turn it into the stock show office here behind me. That has to be done by 5 o'clock. Also, you must, if you sell in a sale, you must have a picture made with you and your placing animal. The photo backdrop is back here in the northwest corner. Make sure you get your picture taken if you're going to sell. It's mandatory and has to be done. Okay? Thank you. One more note. Showmanship. Behind me is the desk. If your child wants to participate or you as exhibitors want to participate, the sign-up sheet is behind me. We got them broken down in 3 different categories: seniors, juniors, and intermediate. So if you want to show in showmanship, please sign up behind me.
Good pair here at the in our third class at the top end, and within that pair, there's one that just needs to win in terms of freshness and balance, and one that still motors off both ends extremely well. That'll be the young man there in the blue plaid. He's going to go ahead and lead. That's a square back. Good cage in that gilt. If we want to get critical on her, we just, want to maybe arrange her front end just a little differently in terms of her knee when she comes directly at you. But that's getting awful critical on a high-quality female. The one that's going to be second here, it rivals that one in terms of shape out of the back of his shoulder, and he's got a really big rump in him as well. He's got good set to his rear hock and pastern and uses it well. I'd like to change him in terms of his front third. He gets a little more upright in terms of the angle to his shoulder. He is better chested, better kneed than the gilt, and still has a stout skull on him. But that angle to that shoulder and then the turn he's got there to his midrib is just not as good as what that class leader is. The one that's in third is a real loose rear-legged kind of a gilt that just comes out of balance for me just a shade. She wants to get just a nickel stretchier in terms of her overall length at the same time. I read her as the driest option of the top three there through her midsection and lower cage. I'd like to just freshen that one and just give her a little more right through the center part of her body to help her balance a little better. The one that we're going to drop out there in four is a very heavy muscle barrow that is fresher there from that standpoint in his mid body. He is more proportional from the side there, but I read this one as being a little tighter about his shoulder. More concerning as he leaves you. He wants to get rounder about his hock and just doesn't drive with as much authority out of his rear too. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors.
Placings in Class 3 Yorkshires. Fourth place goes to Bodie Woodley, Kingsbury 4-H. Third place goes to Carly Real, New Berlin 4-H. Second place goes to Ryan Rust, Navarro FFA. And your class winner is Cass Pape, Marion FFA. The Seguin Swine Breeder Bump Check will be given to our third place pig. That's owned by Carly Real. The breeder is Real Hog Farm. Congratulations to you all. Our next class is Class 4. We have 5 entries. We'll be placing 4. Weights will be from 260 to 290.
some give or take in this class. 1 through 4 are here, but ultimately there's one that just fits my build in terms of just being moderate in terms of their length and still opened up on both ends of their skeleton. Young man here to my right is going to have your class winner. I think that gilt is one that I read as being the most durable in terms of her skeleton and still possessing, some turn to her mid body and freshness about her lower line there. She wants to get a little hesitant as she leaves you there, but I think the logical place to start. Young lady brings us one. Big shape up high, really stout about her skull and big footed. That pig just looks like maybe she's just a little too advanced, I guess, in terms of her maturity for me. She's got a little drier there in her mid body. She's also one I read to just be a little more straight about her shoulder and a little plainer about her skull there. The one that drops out there in third is a fresher option in terms of just one that's got some turn to her mid body. She's more appropriate in her length. I just didn't read this gilt to come and go with as much genuine width and power. She, of the top three, she's the frailest in terms of where she hits the surface. I'd like to maybe just freshen her up. Just a shot there on the top side of her body as well. Young lady brings us a real hairy pig here in fourth. It has some parts and pieces to him. The view coming and going. He needs to be broader. He needs to be spread in terms of his base of his sternum there. He is big up high, but he just wants to leave you with the least amount of width right down at the surface. Let's go ahead and congratulate those exhibitors, and we'll get a champion York.
Results of Class 4 Yorkshires. Fourth place goes to J. Lee Williams, Marion FFA. Third place, Henry Schumann, New Berlin 4-H. Second place goes to Kennedy Bentz, New Berlin 4-H. And your class winner is Hunter Rust with Navarro FFA. Hunter will also receive the Skiing Swine Breeders' Bump. That pig was bred by Frank Koviak's Show Pigs. Congratulations to you all. We will now judge for our champion and reserve champion, York.
As we've done in previous breeds, let's go ahead and congratulate these exhibitors that had your first and second place Yorkshires. As we drop them back out here, I think it comes really logical to me, I guess, as one that just gives you an awesome presence from the side, one that is ultra good in terms of the reach and range of motion on both ends. Hard to poke a major hole in this one. Young man there in the plat's going to have your champion.
Champion Yorkshire goes to Braden Forts, Marion FFA. Congratulations. We'll now judge for our reserve.
You dropped that second in, and I talked in class about how fresh that one is up high in terms of right out of the back of her shoulder. She is extremely heavy duty and has the right kind of look from the side. As she gets set in motion there, I'd like to just loosen her a little bit, particularly out of her front end, and maybe change the shape of her skull just a shade. There's another one out here I felt like pushed that champion awful hard in terms of just back shape and raw freshness. Awesome rear leg. Like to change her up front a shade, but the young man here in the blue is going to have your reserve champion.
Reserve York goes to Cass Pape, Marion FFA. Congratulations. Coming into the ring soon, we'll have our start of our crossbred show. This will be the largest class of the day. We've got 16 entered. We'll be placing 12 crossbred market hogs. Once again, I want to say a special thank you to the two young ladies in front of me. They've been helping all day and will continue throughout the show, giving out banners, ribbons, what have you. Young lady on my left her name is Bella Schultz. She's the sweetheart for the Guadalupe County Sheriff's Mounted Posse. And the young lady to my right is Madison Mays. She's your Guadalupe County Fair Princess. We really appreciate it. Let's give these girls a hand.
Good way to get started here on the crossbreds. And you know, I've said this multiple times today in terms of maybe some contrasting types there on the top end, but I thought that this pair probably offered us the most quality in terms of their outreaching pieces and still being practical in the way that they're built. Ultimately, within that pair, there's one that's just better ribbed, she's better caged, she's better coming at you, and she leaves you very well. Young man here in the turquoise has got her with 2 whips. He's going to go ahead and be your class leader. I like that gilt a good deal from where she's at on a feel standpoint, and at the same time, she's the broader, denser of that pair. She's more moderate in terms of her build, but at the same time, her rib cage is laid in her way better than the one that's going to be in second. The one in second does give you a memorable look in front of her blades. I love her jawline. I love the look that she represents in terms of the levelness she's got down her top line. She wants to hinge just a shade from behind as she sets in motion there. But where I really need her to be better is from the middle of her rib down. She just wants to close at the bottom of her cavity there. And I'd like to change that, open her up in that aspect to go ahead and run with our class leader. The one that comes out in third is better in his mid-rib, and that hog is very good whenever the young man gets him on the roll here from a function standpoint. We just don't have as much genuine pig in that one. He's the narrowest and flattest about his chest. He's the one that's the flattest about his blade, and at the same time, he brings us the least amount of extras in terms of he just gets a little crestier there on the top side of his neck, a little more general in terms of his look in front of his blade. Maybe intensify that one in terms of his skeleton as well. The one that comes out in 4, it does have an awesome, memorable look up front in terms of her head shape. I do like this gill's freshness up high. I just didn't read this gill to be as good and comfortable in terms of her skeleton of those just ahead of her when she leaves you. She wants to push the limits of where her feet hit the surface. At the same time, I didn't see her as being as big in terms of her arm and in front foot. She wants to get just a shade rounder in terms of her muscle there from behind. The one that drops out in 5 is one that's very good in terms of her rib cage. She's big in terms of her chest. She's the one that is the most concerning from a skeletal standpoint of our initial 5 here. She wants to get a little rounder about her shoulder and softer on her front feet as she leaves you. She wants to search just a little as she goes away from you. Let's congratulate our top 5 there in the lightweight crossbreds.
Placings in our lightweight crossbred class. 12th place goes to Leighton Swicky, Marion FFA. 11th place goes to Caden Canyon, Navarro FFA. 10th place goes to Allison Lissy, Steele FFA. 9th place goes to Josie Swicky, Marion FFA. 8th place goes to Dale Zook, New Berlin 4-H. 7th place goes to Chase Cologne, Marion FFA. 6th place goes to Brooke Lightfoot, Marion FFA. 5th place goes to Kaylee Marie Troger, Navarro FFA. 4th place, Luke Bell, Santa Clara 4-H. 3rd place goes to Jackson Kurz, Marion FFA. 2nd place, Reed Reiniger, Marion FFA. And your class winner is Jace Sullivan, Clemens 4-H. Our Seguin Swine Breeder bump check goes to Reed Reiniger. He was the 2nd place pig in that class. He will receive a $100 bump check. His breeder was 4L Livestock. Congratulations. Coming in the arena now, we have our Class 2 crossbred class. We have 10 entries, 8 will place. If you plan on participating in the showmanship immediately after judging of the Grand and Reserve Champion pigs, you need to sign up by the end of the last class of crossbreds. We will pull the sheets at that time. When we start up with our our breed champion drive, we will pull those sheets. So make sure if you're going to participate that you have signed up.
class here that has a pair of them on the top end that are very good, and within that pair, I just read one to have more spread right out of the back of her shoulder. I like the function of her arm and her knee up front a shade better, and then particularly when you get you ask them to go, her range of motion out of her hip and hind leg. I'm not going to say is any further reaching from the side, but is more accurate whenever she leaves you. Young man to my right there's got her. Congratulations to that young man. The one in second is no slouch in her own right in terms of one that is big up high. She's one that's good in terms of her balance and proportions, and maybe just gives you a little tighter look right there at the base of her throat. However, I just rate this gill to be the one of the two that maybe is not as genuine in terms of her overall density of her bone. I read her to be the shorter hipped option that wants to search a little bit whenever she leaves you. Maybe just not quite as much right out of the back of her shoulder in terms of turn to that full rib as what our class leader does. The one coming out in third is hard to get an initial read on the way the black and red kind of blends in there in her leg. It almost gives you a different appearance in terms of where she's at her stifle. But I think this gilt, from a quality standpoint in terms of height to shoulder and her use of her front foot, her agility up front is very good. She just wants to get a little bit frailer in terms of her overall general stoutness. I don't read that one as big right down at the surface. When she leaves you, she does want to get a little bit wider there at her stifle than what she does at the surface, and I'd like to just square her up from behind to work her up into that top pair. The one that comes out four is awesome in terms of her height to shoulder and agility of her front foot and shoulder. She's one that is good when she comes at you, and that's what keeps her in the hunt there. She's just blander in terms of the shape she's got up high. She's shorter about her hip and it wants to get just a little bit swiveled there in terms of her ham loin and just wants to operate that a little differently. If we could change her rear third there for the young lady, I think she could work into that top trio. One that comes out next, I told the young lady, this is a very muscular gilt. It is good in terms of her balance from the side of the initial five. I read this one to have the most, be the most compromised in terms of her skeleton. She's the most upright in terms of her shoulder. She's also the one that wants to get just a shade blander in terms of her ham loin, and as she leaves you, she just wants to get a little bit wide. Let's congratulate those exhibitors on a nice set of crossbreds.
Placing Class 2 crossbred market hogs. In eighth place, we have Emma Smith, New Berlin 4-H. Seventh place goes to Henry Schumann, New Berlin 4-H. Sixth place goes to Paisley Shainvogel, Marion FFA. Fifth place goes to Emma Smith, New Berlin 4-H. Fourth place goes to Gabriela Shamanik Vasquez, Clemens FFA. Third place goes to Palin Vance, Steel FFA. Second place goes to Brooks Baker, Marion FFA. And your class winner is Case Pape with Marion FFA. The Seguin Swine Breeder bump check goes to our second place pig. The breeder was Kelso Genetics. Congratulations to both Brooks Baker and Kelso Genetics. Moving on, Class 3 crossbreds. We have 12 entries, 9 will sell. 12 entries. Weights are from 230 to 243.
Good class here, all the way down 5, 6, 7. Some of those that had already turned back. And with that said, the two that I like the best, obviously Still Hill driving, and I'm not going to make excuses. I guess I spent just a little more time here, but I think in a pair like this, you got to make sure and do what a guy feels is right, and see them the way that and I'll try to describe them the way that I see them, and by talking that, the young man here to my left, that pig's probably a shot more elevated in terms of his pattern, in terms of his frame size. He's a pig that's awesome when you get right in on top of him. He opens extremely good out of the back of his blade and back through his rump there. He's a pig also at the same time that works with a longer stride off both ends of his skeleton. I like the skull shape, the chest in this particular barra. As we get into him, I want to just kind of get critical on a few things. His jump muscle right there at the top of his hip is a little off, and it kind of throws his balance off for me, makes him just look a little bubbly in terms of his muscle pattern from behind, and he's not maybe just a little off in terms of his lower line feel. His color may be a little deceiving there, but the way I read him, he just looks like he needs just a shot more in terms of his lower rib and flank. The young man here to my left now, that's a more moderate built kind of barra that is still very good in his own right in terms of shape up high. That one is bigger in terms of his center. He's bigger in terms of his flank. He leaves you with a demanding look in terms of his pin set to the surface. As you ask him to drive, does he reach with as much comfort as the one that, I just described? I don't think so. But he does have that look in terms of that show ring presence about his skull. He's awesome in terms of his reach up front. He's my favorite. He's going to be your class champion. Good job, young man. We'll go ahead and kick out 3, 4, 5 here. The third place gilt here, not to take too much away from her. Black-headed gilt is dialed into the 10s in terms of hair and skin. She's awesome presented. I love her look up front for a female. I would like to just take that one and just blow her apart, particularly in her full rib. Right there, back to her mid-rib. She's just the flattest option of those initial 3. And when you step in behind this one, I just don't see her as being as square and true, and she's definitely not as powerful in her upper and mid part of her stifle as those just ahead of her, but a very, very good gilt in her own right. The 1 in 4 young man does a nice job of getting all he can out of. That's an elevated level top kind of a pig. I read this one to be the straightest off both ends of his skeleton. He's also the one that's the frailest about his head and forearm and rear foot. I'd like to see that pig just relax just a shot on both ends of his skeleton to work his way up. The one that's here in 5 is a pig that just kind of surfaces as being meat and potatoes kind of a hog. He balances good from the side. We need more muscle in that particular barra. He's the blandest in terms of when you get right up on top of him. But let's congratulate those exhibitors on a job well done.
Placing in our third class of crossbred market swine. In 8th place goes to Barley Wise, Clemens FFA. 7th place goes to Natalie Frost, Steel FFA. Let me back up. 9th place, I forgot 9th. Caleb Pratt of the Steel FFA was in 9th. 8th was Braley Wise. 7th goes to Natalie Frost, Steel FFA. 6th place goes to Emma Hartman, Navarro FFA. 5th place goes to Tyler Schneider, Marion FFA. 4th place goes to Chase Cologne, Marion FFA. 3rd place goes to Chance Chiranza, New Berlin 4-H. 2nd place goes to Jake Schulze, Marion FFA. And your class winner goes to Cade Pape, the Marion FFA. Our Seguin Swine Breeder bump goes to Braley Wise. Her pig was bred by Real Hog Farm. Congratulations to you all. Next class coming in, we have our crossbred market hogs, class 4. These pigs range in weight from 248 to 265. We have 12 pigs entered. We'll be placing 9. Class 4 crossbreds.
maybe a little more discussion could be had, puts it on this class as to where you want to land. But ultimately, the one that I read as being the best in terms of their skeleton, the best in terms of just their muscle texture and the way it's laid on their body is going to be the young man's there that's kind of giving him fits on the far side. That pig is really broad about his head. He's good chested. That pig offers you some muscle and some expression down the top side of his body. I'm not going to say he's got the freshest back in him in the class, but I like the texture of his muscle. I like the turn to his midrib and his cage, and easily the most comfortable in terms of the way he moves. The one that ultimately lands on second, I had this gilt kind of scattered throughout the top 5 here because there's pieces I love about her, and there's some things I'd obviously like to change. She is the biggest in terms of her freshness out of her backside of her shoulder to her hip. She has got a really big end in her that we need to change in terms of the way it operates. She wants to get too wide there as she leaves you. For me, at the same time, I did not read her as dense in terms of the look to her skull and there at her arm and front foot, but a well-presented hog in terms of just hair and skin and shape up high. The one that's going to drop out there in third is a pig that is similar to our class winner in terms of skull shape and just density of arm and rear foot. He's got really big feet, and he operates them well from behind. Where this pig, why is he third? Well, he's the driest in terms of his mid-body. Looks like he needs to go get a little feed and a big drink of water for the young lady just to help him balance from that standpoint. Of those initial 3, I read him the straightest about his blade, and it just throws his balance off as he pushes there from the side. The young lady here in 4's got a really, really heavy duty kind of a bluegill. She's got as big a legs maybe as what we've seen all day in terms of a rear leg. She's a gilt also that is very stout about her skull. We just need to elevate this one at the point of her shoulder, lengthen and level her hip a shade, and just make her muscle pattern a little more square from behind to work her up. The young lady that rounds out our top 5 here, a good body type gilt that's comfortable in terms of her shoulder angle and the way she functions from behind. We need more muscle shape in this particular gilt to work her up in this class. Let's go ahead and congratulate those exhibitors.
Placing the Class 4 crossbred market hogs. 9th place goes to Carson Schneider, New Berlin 4-H. 8th place goes to Isabella Newton, Clemens FFA. 7th place goes to Nicole Frost, Steel FFA. 6th place goes to Palin Vance, Steel FFA. 5th place goes to Kendall Murdoch, New Berlin 4-H. 4th place goes to Bethany McCormick, Navarro 4-H. 3rd place goes to Jolene Swicky, Marion FFA. 2nd place goes to Cheyenne Moat, Marion FFA. And your class winner goes to Tyler Schneider, Marion FFA. The Seguin Swine Brooder bump check will be going to Cheyenne Moat. Her pig was bred by Frank Koviak, Show Pigs. Congratulations to you all. We now go to Class 5, our final class of the day. This is 10 entries. We'll be placing 8. This will be our heavyweights, 269 to 290 pounds. Quick reminder, please, if you're going to sell Saturday, and I'm sure you want to, we need your entry cards, the sale qualification form turned into the office. You received it with your ribbon as you were leaving the ring. This card must be filled out and turned into the show office right behind me by 5 o'clock. Also, you must have a picture if you're going through the auction. Thank you. If you want to participate in showmanship, you need to sign up now. This is our last class of crossbreds. We need to have you sign up at the table behind me. Again, we'll have 3 different divisions, seniors, juniors, and intermediates. Please, if you want to show in showmanship, you must be signed up, and we'll pull these sheets at the end of this class. Thank you.
Good class to end on with some quality. Down 6-7. There's some things that we would maybe like to change a little bit about each of these, but ultimately the 2 that we're going to land on, I think maybe are as type and kind of one another as what we've had all day at the top of a class. But of that pair, there's one that's just a little bit looser constructed, one that just offers us a little more in terms of overall density and freshness. That's going to be the young lady here to my left in the black. I like that gilt a good deal in terms of when you get in on top of her, she is opened up big time out of the back of her shoulder, and at the same time, she's the looser constructed option of the pair we have. The young lady here in purple's got one that's got a real big ditch working down her back as well, and she's very big-ended. A gilt that I just read as being a little straighter there about her shoulder. I don't think she's near as good in terms of just the spread and curl that she has there to the middle of her body and that back through her flank, but a very opened up kind of a gilt that stays square. Very heavy muscle gilt too that I think is exceptionally good in her own right. The one that we're going to drop out there in 3, the young lady's blue gilt, is a really round rib kind of a gilt that is ultra stout in terms of her features. A gilt that of those initial 3, I just thought was the blandest in terms of her look in front of her blade. At the same time, I read her to be the one that hinges the most on both ends of her skeleton. She wants to poke them a little wide as she sets in motion there, but a gilt that's very high quality, very well represented. The one in 4 has got a big old groove working down his back and a neat little tidy head on him. At the same time, I think this pig comes to me with the most parts and pieces. He's the most erect in terms of the angle to his shoulder. He's the shortest and roundest about his hip. And at the same time, even though he's got a big old ditch in his back, he's the flattest in terms of his midrib and forerib and back through his flank. I need to just make that pig just wider gauged all the way through to work him up. The one that drops out here in 5, a really stout-headed kind of a gilt that just gets a little stretchier in terms of her body. At the same time, she's the blandest in terms of the freshness she offers on the top side of her body. Let's congratulate all these exhibitors as they head back to the pen.
Thank you, Judge. The results of our Class 5 crossbreds. In 8th place, we have Brady Buckner, New Berlin 4-H. 7th place goes to Morgan Booker, Navarro FFA. 6th place goes to Leighton Gully, Navarro FFA. 5th place goes to Morgan Booker, Navarro FFA. 4th place goes to Levi Ketron, Marion FFA. 3rd place goes to Isabella Hartman, Navarro FFA. 2nd place goes to Ella Ketron, Marion FFA. And your class winner goes to Baylor Wright, Marion FFA. Baylor will also receive the Seguin Swine Breeders bump check. Her pig was bred by MT Hart Livestock. Congratulations to you all. We will now judge for our champion and reserve champion crossbred.
Let's put our hands together one more time for all of our crossbred exhibitors. It's been a good crossbred show, and as we get these top five or class winner representatives back out here, I think that they've, I guess for me, it comes down to two or three of them, and within those, there's one that's just more comfortable, and at the same time, that same pig leaves me the truest. Is also the one that's probably got the most, freshness there out of the backside of her shoulder. Young man here in front of me has your champion.
Congratulations to Cass Pape. He'll be our champion crossbred. It's Marion FFA. Congratulations. We'll now judge for our reserve.
You dropped that second in. We talked in class. That was a really good pair. You get her back out here. And the same thing, that I said in class. I'd like to just make that one a little better there in her fore-rib and down through her heart and just give her more genuine shape out of the backside of her shoulder there, right through the middle part of her body. But she's definitely in contention. There's another one out here that pushed that champion awful hard in terms of one that's just great in terms of their body, awesome in terms of their views as they come and go. Maybe just needs to be spread at their knee shade to kin with that champion. Young man here is going to have your reserve.
Your reserve champion goes to Cade Pape, Marion FFA. Congratulations. Coming up next, we'll have our grand champion drive. We'll reload all our champions into the pins and back. We'll introduce each breed champion and reserve champion as they come out. And that'll begin just as soon as we get everything situated in the back. In the meantime, showmanship sheets have or will be picked up as we speak right now. We'll have showmanship immediately following the champion judging, grand champion judging. If you signed up, we're going to start with the senior showman first and work down through the juniors. The reason for that is if you got a junior, which is grades 3 through 5, we want to give those young ones the opportunity to come up here to watch the senior show and hopefully learn from them as they come in the last group and they show their animals. So trying to have a little learning event for them as well. Your sales cards need to be turned in by 5 o'clock. If you're going to participate in the sale, you got a ribbon, you got a sale card with it, fill it out. Please turn it in by 5 o'clock. Also, you must have a picture to go through the auction. You must have a picture. That picture is back there in the northwest corner of the barn.
Come to the Lavernia show. Come on. Next year, my kid will show. It'll be a rodeo. You should come. Uh-huh.
And I don't drink beer that much.
You don't have to drink beer. You can just come.
Attention to the barn, the champion and grand champion and reserve champion pigs will receive a belt buckle that has been donated by two families. The grand champion buckle is donated by the Hank Lintzman family. If a family representative of the Hank Lintzman family, Darren, if you're in the barn somewhere, please come forward. We'd love to have you take your picture with the recipient of the grand champion hog. The reserve champion buckle is donated by Corcoran Genetics. So Trent, John, Avery, whoever, if y'all are around here, Loretta, love to have your picture also. Yes, thank you very much for your donation. We appreciate that. While I'm on that subject, after we judge our grand and reserve, we're going to have our showmanship, and those buckles are donated. There's three divisions. The senior swine division, the Edgar Schneider family, Sylvia Kelso or Kurt, one of y'all, if y'all are in the barn, we'd love to have your picture with the winner of that. You can start making your way up here if you want. It'll be a little bit for the showmanship, but when it does start, you might want to work your way up this way so we can let you in with the kid that wins it. Intermediate swine, the buckle is donated by Seguin Swine Breeders. We have several of those people here as well. Chuck Rial, I believe, the Corcoran Genetics. There's quite a few of the Seguin Swine Breeder people here. And then junior swine buckle is donated by the Kelso family. Again, Sylvia, Kurt, family. Love to have you in here for the pictures for that as well. Again, let's give these people a big round of applause. That's a heck of a donation. Thank you. Okay. I've been given the signal. We're ready to roll. We're going to start with the show order. So if everybody's ready to go, here we are. Our champion Burke belongs to Briley Clufus, Marion FFA. Kurt, the reserves are going to stay there. We're going to bring them out. Okay. Reserves will be in the back, so if you are called out, wave your hand so everybody knows who you are. The reserve Burke goes to Brayley Wise, Clemens FFA. Your champion white OPB belongs to Brooks Baker, Marion FFA. Your reserve goes to Cody Kelso, Marion FFA. Your Duroc Division champion goes to Urban Wilkes, Marion FFA. Reserve goes to Briley Clufus, also of the Marion FFA. Your hemp breed champion belongs to Braden Forts, Marion FFA. Reserve honors go to Cade Pape, Marion FFA. Your dark OPB champion goes to Gabriela Shmonik Vasquez of the Clemens FFA. Reserve honors goes to Jake Schulze, Marion FFA. Your York champion goes to Braden Forts, Marion FFA. Reserve champion goes to Cass Pape, Marion FFA. Your crossbred champion goes to Cass Pape, Marion FFA. And your reserve goes to Cade Pape, Marion FFA. And there you have our lineup. Judge, it's your call.
Well, as we get started here, I think that, I'm not going to be somebody with big, grand, dry speech, but I think a few things need to be brought up to the foremost. Kids, y'all can shut them down just a second so we don't wear them out. But these people that have operated this show have held it run seamless. Everywhere from the back all the way to over here. So I think all those people deserve a big round of applause for what they do with their time. Next is, I've got two quick messages. As a dad of kids at show, as a breeder, and as an ag teacher, in no particular those any order there. I try to put kids in front first and foremost, and then I want to see success from all of our children, and I want to see success by all the kids, anywhere that I have the opportunity to go work with them. And so whether you were first, got excused. Don't please. If you're upset, you rightfully can be. But at the same time, please understand. That this is it's more than how you turned out today. It's more than how you do in the sale. It's what you get out of this project from a daily basis in terms of tending to that animal. All the way from when you get it until its end point. And so please, that's one of my biggest messages to kids is make sure that you're keeping the project, and let the rest of the things just slide by. The next thing is there's two things to leave here with. Keep Jesus Christ at the center of your life, because if you fail to do that, you're going to struggle. And the next and last thing I'll leave you kids with is whoever helped you get to this point, whether you were in this ring or outside this ring, go give them a hug and thank them. Whether that be your parent, somebody in your group, or maybe your ag teacher, whoever that may be. Please go shake their hand, give them a bear hug, whatever that may be at the end of the day, because they sacrifice a lot of time, money, and effort to help you get to this point. As you kind of get them fired back up here, it's been fun. It's been really fun, honestly. As we've worked through the day, we've gotten progressively better, as each breed has come. But there's one that, as I just continue to just emphasize the things that I'm passionate about, and when it comes to livestock, in terms of making them loose skeleton, making them as dense as possible, and stacking on the extras, I'll go out and slap your champion.
Congratulations, Grand Champion Hog for 2026 goes to Cass Pape. Congratulations. We'll now judge for our reserve Grand. Reserve champion honors goes to Braden Forts with Marion FFA. Congratulations, everybody. This has been great. Special thanks to our judge. I failed to mention you. He's done a great job. He's not leaving yet. We still got showmanship, so don't leave yet. But no, the gentleman's done an excellent job. We appreciate it. And Corey Raines, we wish you could get back again sometime soon. Thanks, everybody, for participating today. Don't leave. We got the showmanship part of it coming up right now. Buckle contributors, if you could please come to the arena for the champion and reserve champion pictures, the Hank Linsman family, and the Corcoran Genetics group. throughout the day, I failed to mention one really strong group here that we need to pay attention to, and that would be our swine committee. Mr. Doug Alderson is our chairman. Doug's done a wonderful job. He's got a group of people back there. I don't want to start mentioning people because I'll evidently miss one or two, but believe me, all these guys that work in here, a lot of them don't even have a dog in this hunt, so to speak. So, but they're back there working, helping out the kids, getting the pigs sorted, weighed, what have you. And at this time, I just wish we could just give everybody, we'll give them a big round of applause for all the work that they do for us.
Those are pretty.
That's for what
$10 for
I've just been given some information here I did not know until just now, but all pictures that have been taken professionally and in the ring here, well, professionally in the ring and at the backdrop, excuse me. Those photos are at livestockphoto.com and they are free. Young lady, scan the QR code, I'm being told, and then they'll work you through getting your pictures done for you. And we want to say a special shout out. I did not know this. This is big. But your photos, again, are being provided by livestockphoto.com, and they're at no charge to you. Just have to go to the website, livestockphoto.com. Thank you, ladies, very much. We appreciate that. Let's give them a hand. We're ready to start our senior showmanship. Juniors, if you're available, come closer. We got a lot of seats up here. If you want to watch, please do. Watch these seniors. These guys have been doing it for probably 8 or 9 years, I'm speculating. So these guys have been around. They know how to show pigs. Watch and learn.
My understanding is we're going to have a few heats of the of each division here, and so we're going to go ahead and just pin some back in each heat. And so I've gone ahead and caught 3 out of this division. And for what you know, I pay attention to showmanship, throughout the day, and so a lot of times, when we're at the end of the day and I'm still doing showmanship, a lot of it, it's recognizable from the standpoint of those kids that have continuously brought some to us. A few shout outs in this particular group. Young man with the Hampshire here does an extremely good job. Just gets a little distance at times. Young man here nearest to me does a really good job as well. Maybe just stays a little heavy on the head a little bit and doesn't let that gilt just get out and roll. But let's go ahead and give these exhibitors in the ring a hand as they head back. Congratulations and thanks for coming back for showmanship. Another solid group here, and I grabbed a few more, and with a couple of more shout outs that I'd like to give in this particular group. A young lady with a Chester gilt does a nice job. Just gilt doesn't want to cooperate as we come back here, wants to fight her just a shade. Young lady here does a nice job, and I'm going to go ahead and make the announcement now. I'm not a fan of the bounce; it's distracting. Just level yourself off and just let that pig roll. And so, but let's give all these exhibitors a hand as they head back.
Good job. Now we stop the bounce, okay? Good job.
Would you be okay if I after the show?
Yeah, you did fine. You kind of just want to drift a little too much. Okay? Just try to make your edges a little sharper.
And what looks like our final group of seniors here. I grabbed a couple of more back, and I think we've got 7 or 8, 9 to work back through here. But a few more that I want to recognize here in the ring. A young lady here with the Chester does a nice job. Just gets a little forward on her pig for me. Young lady here does an extremely good job. Love your intensity. Pig just wanted to act up on you. He knows where the out gate is, unfortunately. But one more time, join me in congratulating these kids as they head back.
Thank you.
First off, let's go ahead and give these finalists a round of applause here. Incredible good group. Even some we turned back, and these that are remaining could honestly show pigs for me any day. Their intensity levels on point. They all understand what's at stake in terms of every pig they brought in the ring today. I recognize these kids as they came through, and they did the same thing from the sift pen to here and then back in showmanship in terms of the way that they, kept that intensity and gave every pig its chance. There's some things that everybody's got nitpicks about, and I'm not going to sit here and critique everyone because if there's an opinionated thing about showmanship, there's an opinion about it. Everyone has a different preference and how that they prefer a pig or a kid's posture to be. I'm not going to nitpick that because I'm one of those that wherever the kid's comfortable and gives that animal its best opportunity for success is what we need out of a showman. And there's one that's just been very consistent all day. She comes back in showmanship and just absolutely nails it. Young lady in the pink's your champion. Good job.
Congratulations, Cody Kelso. She will be your senior division showmanship winner. She's with the Marion FFA. Congratulations, Cody. And appropriately now we have Sylvia Kelso representing the Edgar Schneider family, the buckle donator and granddaughter. Ain't that wonderful? Good job. Next in the ring will be our intermediate swine showman. This buckle will be donated by the Seguin Swine Breeders. You juniors probably need to get back into the barn and start getting your animals ready. You'll be the next group up. One more group I want to say a special thank you to, and I always forget every year, and I don't know why I shouldn't, but the ladies to my right, all day long, keeping the records straight, keeping our show running. These ladies do a phenomenal job from start to finish, and their job is just about halfway through now because the next thing they have to do is work up a sales order for Saturday. But let's give these ladies a special hand, led by Vicki Allerson. We really appreciate their help.
Got a few pinned back in this first heat of intermediates and some kids, in this particular group that do a nice job. Young man here with the Yorkshire, maybe just not the level of intensity as some of the others, but does a nice job. The young man here with the black pig gets that thing rolling in on a steady pace, maybe just loses his orientation a little bit in the ring at times and loses his distance from me. But let's give these remaining in the ring a round of applause. grabbed a few more back in this heat, and this heat there's some very intense faces in this particular group that are doing a good job. It's about spacing a little bit with some of them, and then the other thing is just pace and making sure that your pig can handle the pace you want to go, and maybe needs to speed up a shot. So one more time, join me in a round of applause as we let these kids go back. As we narrow down our champion intermediate, I'll be honest, a lot of it's sorted right after we came back out of the break there on that out of the gate. Which ones of those kids gave me a good view coming out and kept that animal going in a direction that I could get every angle on their project as they sat there. And then whenever we transition and move in the ring, locating that and being aware of where we're at and trying to resettle in. And I know, as we come back, these pigs have been in the ring already once and maybe twice for some of them if they showed the breeding show. So it becomes a challenge sometimes to get that animal to cooperate every time in showmanship. The champion intermediate has worked extremely hard out here because their para hasn't exactly just been the easiest to deal with. Young man right here in the blue shirt is going to be your champion intermediate. Good job.
Congratulations, Landon Buckner, on your intermediate showmanship buckle.
That boy worked his ass off.
He's in the New Berlin 4-H, I believe, right? He is with the New Berlin 4-H Club. Congratulations, Landon.
Oh, just Seguin Swine Breeders. Hold on. Where did Landon go? Where is Chuck, are you taking a picture with the buckle for the intermediate showmanship? Seguin Swine Breeders? Okay. No,
Landon Buckner, if you're in the building, would you please come to the announcer stand? Landon Buckner. We now have our junior group in here. This is grades 3 through 5. I've been asked while the judge makes his decisions, if after this showmanship is over with, if you would like some very good, very delicious desserts. The baking people over here have asked me to announce that they will have for sale a lot of the baking goods that were good but not good enough to get in the final run over there. They will be selling those at a good price. If you would like to take some sweets home and help a child out at the same time, please go over to the Coliseum and they will take care of you over there. Thank you.
As we get started here in the junior division, there's a few of these kids out here that obviously are probably just getting started in their showing career and doing an extremely good job. Ring awareness is always key in making sure that, eye contact obviously is something that we encourage a lot. But at the same time, don't lose track of where you're at on your animal and moving too forward on the animal, causing them to stop or just getting a little bit too much distance from your pig. But once again, let's congratulate this group and we'll go through the next ones. Congratulations. Solid group here on the top end, and not to take away too much from the ones that are here left and remaining in the ring, but I'll just echo my comments from before in terms of this ring awareness and pig awareness. Make sure that you're focusing on the task at hand and getting that animal presented before you just get locked in on me. So once more, let's congratulate this last group as they head back, and we'll get a champion junior. really good division here. And honestly, not to take anything away from the intermediates, but some of y'all may need to come back and watch these juniors because this set's really deep. There's a lot of good showmen here, so the future looks extremely bright, I would say, for your county, and a lot of competition for years to come, which is awesome to see as a dad and an ag teacher, as a breeder, whatever you want to label here, but it is very good. There's one that just has such good composure, and you know she's so soft with the whip, but at the same time demands what she can and gets everything she can out of her pig. Young lady in the green on the far side, your champion. Congratulations.
Our junior showmanship goes to Elena Pina. Congratulations, Elena. If we can get a picture with Elena with one of the Kelso family with the buckle, we would appreciate it. Kurt, Sylvia, wherever we can get that picture done. Good, you're back there already. Thank you. One more note before we all depart here. I just want to ask you that this year the Ski and Swine breeders they had 3 breed champions, 3 reserve, 15 first place animals, 7 second place pigs, and 2 third place pigs that all received bumps for a total of right at $5,000. We really thank these folks, and that's a great start for next year's project, or if you're a senior, that's a good start for your college career or work career or personal career, whatever it may be. Thank you very much. This concludes our 2026 show. Thank you. Please be careful this weekend. It's going to be messy, I understand, maybe not, but who knows. Just be careful, and we'll see you all back here, hopefully, Lord willing, in 2027. Thank you.